Alright, I'm here. I'm back. Another day. More MMO development. Yeah, I need to do quick fix for chat. Okay. I think that fixes it. Oh. Damn. That's not gonna work. Call this to a function. Chat command. Check for empty. Check for command. Prompt, I guess, or is chat, I guess. Yeah, I guess this is check command deny empty chat messages is the core thing, which will be we'll just say not empty. Let's do empty. So the thing we want to do is an or, and all of the different chat messages now. It's up here, right? Okay, so if it's... Oh, I suppose I could just do this. It's probably the easiest. Parse. And if for default, I guess we just do this. Get. And then over here we can just do it this, I think. Alright, we're parsing the first thing. We're checking for the first aspect of things. If it's default, which means it's a chat message, we need to make sure the actual message exists. If it does not, this goes back here. We do nothing. Okay, I think that's working. Dance. I think it's dance emote or dance pop-in. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Spell. How you doing? All right, that's that fixed. Okay, honestly, on my game, a month into into unemployment. I've been unemployed for like a year and a half, so I feel you so much. We're scrounging, dude. This industry sucks right now. Yeah, it sucks, dude. And like, it just, I'm not trying to like pour salt on the wound, but dear God, the amount of layoffs that keep happening, and now like there's 3 Microsoft studios that are like reported in trying to save their ass and either break off a loan or not get completely shut down. And not like small ones like the Hellfire, Hellblade studio. Uh, um, it's just, I don't know. It's pathetic. This industry's pathetic right now. I'm salty, very salty. Well, that's why I'm here. I'm doing the same thing you're doing. I got all this time on my hands. Might as well. I apply for jobs constantly, and so there's only so much applying you can do. Um, and you might as well build something in the process. All right, so I need to do a new chat command now for help. Um, the market is so insanely in favor of employers. It's insane. 2010 to 2020 bubble burst into oblivion, and now we live in this weird AI layoff bubble. God, I know. And like, so I don't know if you saw, but the Unreal Fest State of Unreal came out today. I'm usually pretty stoked about where Unreal's going and that stuff. And Unreal 6 just feels like a pile of trash to me. I think it's too soon for Unreal 6. Um, I literally did this Blue Sky post. It's wild, okay? In the same in UE6 they're planning to deprecate blueprints. In the same stream, they showed that Clair Obscura Expedition 33 won over 500 awards, the most games most a game has ever won, while also announcing they're deprecating the core code language that built it, blueprints. And a while back, not too long ago, they did a tech talk on how, right here, 95% of core gameplay logic is blueprints. And that's just like the most wildest thing. They said it will be in the early versions of UE6, but they're going to be actively working to remove it and replace it with basically verse. It's still unclear of the official details. It was like a one-liner of, yeah, we're going to probably we'll also be removing deprecating actors and blueprints. So who knows what the extent of that is, How fast it's going to happen, I don't know. The verse. They want everyone to move to verse. Because the whole point of UE6 is to allow you to ship on Fortnite Creative and other marketplaces. So they're trying to small metaverse stuff, having games like operate this idea of like your game and my game could somehow inoperably work together. Like if you make purchases in your game, maybe they transfer over to my game, or there's cross functionality somehow, like these weird things of the metaverse. And in order to do that, you need standardization of a bunch of things, right? I don't think this one's going to work out in Tim's favor. The more and more we move towards, I think like Fortnite Creative and Roblox show exactly where we shouldn't go, right? If you look at those platforms and you look at if one game gets successful and immediately there's 200 clones and copies of it, literally, copying its IP, its identity, its everything. I don't think that's a kind of a good place to go towards. Yeah, it's strange. Yeah, I don't know. And they had like some more AI stuff, which is like, again, they were doing a little bit better than most AI things. But I don't know. Does it affect me personally all that much? Probably not. I'll just stick to like they and this is the other thing. They said 5.8 might be the very last version of Unreal 5. And again, that is so early. That's UE6 is too early. There needs to be more time on 5. There might be a 5.9, they said. So there's that opportunity or option, but one thing I wanted to look up is mass Unreal Engine production ready. When was this posted? Unreal Engine mass AI. I guess it's production ready. Usually it has a flag if it's not production ready. So the couple things I'm looking forward to was mass, because could be huge for multiplayer optimization stuff. Because you have hundreds of AI, a lot of them are roaming around and stuff. Then you have your players as well. But then there's Iris as well. Now Iris just got apparently production ready in 5.8. So I'm very interested to see how that works. And I like that. And then there's like the mesh, the whole like you can build caves and stuff out of terrain, which actually that part looks really awesome. So I'm excited about 5.8. I was happy to hear a lot of the changes with 5.8. And once, basically, my next engine upgrade will go to 5.8 for the landscape systems, and and Iris is production ready. I will try and start testing out Iris in my playtests to see how that works, because that's supposed to be the thing that helps you scale players higher. And from there, then there's the world building stuff. I think is really cool. That will actually be really work extremely well with Ruins of Tearyn. And it limits, like, so before I talked about the cave systems I might have to make in like the newbie yard and things. You saw like a kind of a pretty rudimentary cave for the starting area and the spider cave, whereas the new landscaping system would replace those two parts of it. And then all I would need to do is a procedural generation thing for the more EverQuest style cave, where the ghosts are right now. So there's parts of it that are interesting to me. Let me look at I'm probably going to just look at here. Tools. Where is it? Where's plugins? Edit, plugins, mass. Okay, it's still experimental. I don't know when this is going to actually finally come through. Excuse me, let me clear my throat. But yeah, I don't know. I usually am always excited for State of Unreals, and this one was just blah. It was super blah. It was not exciting at all. Again, for me and my projects, I probably won't care, because it's not like 5.8, 5.9 will ever go anywhere. Just like you can go download old Unreal 4, right? So it's not going to limit my ability to make games. In some ways, for vertical third, it could, like, in some ways help it, where I don't have to. I can say that basically vertical third is going to be locked forever at 5.8, and everyone just starts using 5.8, and it's more standardized, or whatever. I might even this. So there's the Juniper Dev Game Jam. Yeah, I sell vertical third on Fab. It's $20 to start, and then it's if you ever make over 100K, it's $800. But I don't know how they track that stuff. Yeah, Juniper Dev is doing a game jam, and I've been thinking about this a while. So I don't know if you know Juniper Dev. She does some funny stuff. She's got a game jam coming out. When is it? On the 19th. Holy shit, that's in 2 days. But it's like 7-day game jam. I've been thinking about this a lot. Is trying to. I mean, I'm nowhere close to even doing this, but almost creating a community around Unreal Engine 4, like 23.4 HTML games. Because that's the last version that did it, and so I did some HTML5 games in the past. Let me see, sorry. And so, maybe it's Ezra demo. Yeah. So, like, this is Unreal 4. I was really annoyed. This is another thing I hated, that Unreal went away from HTML5 exports. Because I do think there's a big missing. This is something I had working years ago, like almost 8 years ago. Still uses mobile standards, or this is just running in a browser, right? It's for like educational content. But I was thinking about doing some sort of little small game jam thing with Unreal in HTML5, and like potentially trying to eventually create a community around HTML5 games for Unreal. But I don't know. Now there's a lot of limitations with this. Like obviously you saw the download is 267 megabytes for a very, very small world. Um, and this did work through with networking. I did basically could connect clients to PlayFab, but there was definitely some like people would get disconnected and stuff like that. So I had to reach out. They had like one contractor that did their HTML5 stuff, um, and I was pinging him a bunch on different errors I was getting. And obviously he doesn't work there anymore because they don't support HTML5 anymore. Um, but yeah, if there's like one thing I would do is like really extend out HTML5 support for Unreal. But I don't know. That's like so far off. Um, the whole point of that project was like an online education platform for K through 12, kindergarten through grade 12 type thing, in high school or whatever. So all the little assignments and stuff would be small levels, so you could just pick different levels on whatever the assignment is. And in order to do anything school related, you have to be very performant, and you also can't take up a lot of space on computers. So the obvious solution is HTML5. The problem, what became like with some sort of like, it was really annoying that Apple doesn't, they're intentionally not progressing their web support, right? Because they don't want people to use the App Store or use web-based games on the phones and stuff. So they're intentionally hogwashing their HTML5 support. And so that was really annoying. But the whole idea there was, hey, here's this game, here's this kind of education platform that schools can just go to through the web, and do different, lessons and stuff. But just as always, funding for education games is bleh. It's like it's always been a bleh, let alone in this stage of funding. No one wants to fund education games, unfortunately. We'll be right back and you can go to the bathroom. But yeah, so for that game jam, I might participate and do. I've always wanted to do a full game jam where I make everything myself, and I would do it through um, potentially in HTML5 um, for shits and giggles, basically. Okay. I keep forgetting what I'm doing. Controller. How do you set up a working game so fast in a game jam? Just setting up a walking character might take time. What about assets too? So I mean, you use Unreal, right? Um, it's pretty fast in Unreal, right? So I'll show you this. Oh, okay. Well, that's that's your problem. Just kidding. Use whatever game engine you like. Um, so check this out. So the first thing that got us kind of a little bit of hype. So this is MyStark Gaming. This is like our first company. That's Vertical Third is under. This was our first game jam ever, and let me switch this to Vertical Third. So there's no ads. So on the top here is bottom is gameDEVbeauty, my wife. She's the world builder. On top is me doing code. And so we're basically building out. She's building the world. I'm doing the code. And it was a 5-day mega jam. And we did all of this. It's multiplayer ready. You'll see it in a sec. I'll also skip this part. Whatever. You can kind of see it go through. But we created a online well, the one I'll be doing this month will be one-man job. This was a two-person thing. This is a fully multiplayer using PlayFab, game, and basically it's almost like Overwatch overtime in the middle. Whoever gets leadership or royalty has to stay on top of the mountain for the longest, and everyone else pushes them off. But this was my first time coding combat ever, and I was able to get it up and running within 5 days. Now, obviously, this is like using all the art assets are done in this one, but Castle Day went through like 3 different versions because we're always like, typical scope, right? We're like, oh, it's fun, but it needs more depth because it gets boring after 5 or 10 minutes. So then we did 2.0, and there's a little bit more depth, and then we're like, it still needs more depth. Still needs more depth. It's not ready yet. So we did Castle Day 3.0, and then it's like this is where it's like, oh, we needed tools, so we built Vertical Third, and then we got a grant, and we had to choose between Castle Day or Vertical Third. And we even did like a cinematic trailer on it. So that I had a lot of fun with. I spent like maybe a month or something doing that off and on. This is another one. This is another game jam. I did like a big multiplayer. We called this. Now these are bots. Most of these are bots, but it was online with PlayFab. So it's like a giant Mercat brawl. Whatever you want to. Was it Smash Brothers type game? So it's possible to do things very quickly, and that's the challenge I'm trying to do for myself is like do the art as well. but I need a really simple concept, right? Like you go into game jams with like a one game mechanic, right? And so in both of those games, there was always it was basically knockback games, right? Um, so both of them I kind of knew what I was doing, um, or had a good idea of where I was going with it. Um, but yeah, and in real, you can start building your game right as you open a new project. So um, I'm always torn whether or not to participate, because I have so many things to do. I don't know if um, I should be spending time on those things. Depending on what the theme is, I might join on it, but I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes you get inspired by a jam, or like, oh, I know what to do for this. And other times you're like, eh. Like that Mercat game, the theme was Space Cats, right? So that was just kind of a fun thing to do, and that one I joined actually kind of late. Um, and so we'll see what the theme is in 2 days. Right. If it is, so I'm doing a help chat command. If this is empty, is valid. If it's valid, we go over here. It's not valid. We will do this. We need a local chat help categories. And the help categories are going to be emote, I guess dance, and misc, I guess. Info. This breaks it down into emo dance info. So right off the bat, I should be able to just do /help. Oh, I have to update. All right. Let's go to dance. Oh, okay. So we don't need this here. Now we need this. Promote to local. We have chicken, poppin', robot, chicken, poppin', robot, seduce, twist YMCA. Then up here. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird morning. Oh wait, these are not. That's more. Those are not emotes. Wave. Who lock played. Follow. I think that's it. Alright. Let's see if my help command's in. Alright. Fair enough. Good enough. Okay. Did I have a help? No. Maybe it was in here. Done. I already did that too. Alright, let's quickly do this. I'm going to do, I think we'll do this on, I guess I could do this on the team component. It's sort of in the vicinity of Alliance and stuff. I could do a new thing for a faction. Basically, I wanted to have a little bit more when monsters social. And so if a wolf, if you tag a wolf sitting beside a skeleton, the wolf should just come alone, and the skeleton shouldn't come with it. And so I think I'm just going to do that. Or I guess it's kind of in the race category, which I think I already have. Like, which eventually would be on the character itself. I don't know. Where do I want to put this? I think I'm going to keep the team component limited to party window stuff at the moment. Technically, what I should do is make another actor component for reputation. But that's a whole different system. This is still race oriented, which master player, like I do have race here, right? Or technically it's not. Yeah. I might as well put it on the character, I think. just going to go down. Some of these ghost. Zombie. Skeleton. Golem. Wolf. Deer. Moose. Bear. Boar. Spider. Stag. So bear, boar, deer, wolf, moose, spider, and stag are all there. Bandit. Why is that there if it's empty? Dragon. Say fire, elemental. Shadow. Elemental. Fire. Elemental. Shadow. Earth. Water. Put golem. Goblin. Mercenary. Orc. I did skeleton already. Did skeleton ghost zombie, which I think is all undead. Oh, reaper. So now I don't think I need to do it for players just yet, but for enemies, AI master. New variable for race. And then we're going to get a on the character because we will reuse this in the players as well. And what we will also do is need to make the archetypes as well. So if we pull both of these up, we pull this one up, and then we pull the race up. I have undead. I will say none. Undead. Elemental. Animal. Say insect, I guess. I think I'm just grouping spiders with animal right now. That's just for like a lack of better categories right now. Maybe I'll avoid that. I don't know. Player master. Should I do a get race or compare race, maybe? Maybe I just do a compare race. Still gonna need the get, but we'll also do RT race compare. And the input will be so we're going to do the race get is obviously pretty easy. Which I think I did already. Apparently I did not. Oh. That's not the one I need. Okay, race get, race, compare. So if these equal to each other, then we just go and say, hey, yes, it was a match. If they don't equal, if the race of this person is or a skeleton. So if the race is a match, we just go and say, hey, it's a match, and they can help each other aggro. They can social. If they're not a match, we're going to check for a few conditions if they're basically in the same species, I guess. So if they're both a ghost skeleton zombie, or if they're both a ghost zombie skeleton, then they're a match. And we're doing this again, but this time with even more options. I think there's about 6. A wolf, deer, moose, bear, boar, stag. This is like super kind of like primitive way of doing this right now, but I'm just kind of working on speed. That's why you make good functions that can be easily reworked later on. Are those the main ones? Okay, then there's the elementals. I know there's like a better way of doing this, but I don't really care right now. I know it'll work. Go away, spam bot. To me, it's weird that Twitch doesn't have some sort of thing that detects when they say something that's so like anything that has stroomboo.org in it should automatically be banned. You'd think they'd have something like that, but oh, actually, I was going to say no to this. I wasn't even going to say no, yes to those elementals. Okay. Undead are covered. Or, yeah. Undead are covered. Animals are covered. Elementals are separate. Goblins are separate. Orcs are separate. Or stray separate. Okay, so that's all. We're good. No match. So we come in, if they directly match the races, it's a match, and they can social. If they're both in the ghost, zombie, or skeleton categories, they match. They're both all undead. Then if they're in the animal categories, then they match. If they're not, they're no match. So now we go to AI threat, I think. Social reinforcements is what I call it. So we do a so-called trace. Once we get hit, we're looking for actors, if any of them are AI. We're making sure what? This is strange. So I turn this off. Okay. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Okay. So the new target is basically the player. We're scouting for other AI. We don't pass go if it's a player. And does it match the alliance to the player? And if it's true, we don't aggro them because we don't want obvious any player things. So we can continue this down further with, we're going to do get owner, get race, and then the new target is going to do race compare. If it's a match, we continue. So now we can do a few little tests. That was off, yeah. We'll take these guys over here. We'll make one of these a skeleton. Spawn. Over here. Now we'll make him a zombie. And this one a reaper. And a ghost. So they should all come. Let's just test this out. And I'll mark down the results. So these guys are the same. So if I do a smite, they both come. Okay. These guys are different. So if I do a smite, okay, they both came. So that's wrong. They don't match here. Oh, I didn't even set the races up. I need to actually set the races. They're all set to default values. Fun. Okay, blueprint. Let's just go one at a time, I guess. All these guys. So this is wolf, race. Is a wolf. It's a spider. A little quiet right now. Still kind of waking up a little bit. It's been a year and a half. Let's just say that. Alright, all these guys are skeletons. So let's get all those up first. Okay, races have been set. Zombie. Now it should work. So I know those ones. I mean, I guess we'll double check, but they work. Now we go over here. Okay, now it's working. Or it should have been working anyways, but. And yeah, he's walk along. And same thing if I go over here. Shouldn't change anything, but. Nothing happens. But if we go over here, and they're all different types, so skeleton, zombie, reaper, and ghost. Okay, that did not work. Oh, I didn't add reaper to compare. That's what it is. There we go. There we go. And we'll just go to start and stop. Just to make sure all of them work. Oh, seems to be all in order. I guess now we'll just test. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I'm pretty convinced that's good, so that is done. Enemy race types will now only aggro matching types. Animals will Okay, so this is done here. I do kind of like the vibe of like stuff running at low health. Because it also adds to part of the threat of PvE games like this. because if something's running away, it risks, social aggroing other stuff and making you aggro other stuff. So it adds to the complexity and challenge, and it also adds to the timing of making sure you have burst spells ready for when something's low so you can kill it before it runs away. So let me think about the best place to implement that. So first things first is going to be in logic. And it's going to be on the main logic, combat initialize. So initialize. Oh, that's combat decisions. Okay, so at some point, so we have to do it after crowd control, obviously. We don't want to do it if it's spawning. So spawning state's true. We don't want to do it there. We also don't want to do this code if they're dead. So it's going to come after this. And so it's right here. We're going to do get owner. We actually have it here, I think, component statistic. And we're going to create a new variable. Run at low health. If this is set to true, get health current. And we also have to get max, health max. Alright, we could actually probably make this a new check to be a little bit less. Like ROT, get health percentage. And obviously it's going to be a float. And it's just a simple get health max, get health current. It's current divided by max. And if this is less than, say, 20%, This is where we get the movement component. And we're going to create a new thing in there. Which is going to need another, cancel that, that's for sure. RT, AI movement, run at low health. All right, AI movement. So we're going to add a move to low health. And all we really have to do is move to actor, move to location. And I guess we'll do low health, location, low health. And so we're going to get the owner. Random point on origin is get actor location. Oh, this is not going to quite work. Wonder if I do random to make it easier. Do I just make a whole bunch of placeholder run to locations points? Probably not. So we can just like do random int in range. Say we want to do like north, northeast, northwest, southwest, or never. I'm like kind of blanking. So we have 8 locations. say maybe like so x is what? X is east, or is it? I guess it's technically north. Don't think it really matters. I could simplify this even more. Whatever. All right, so we're going to do the main ones here. So let's just zero out all these for a sec. And so 2500, skip 1, then 2500 here, skip 1, negative 2500, skip 1, negative 2500, and then there's the last one. So now we go up here, it'd be 2500, 2500. Then here it's going to be negative 2500 and 2500. And over here it's probably be negative 2500. And this last one is positive 2500, negative 500. Then we call move to low health run. Then back in logic, we're going to do, so if we get under 20% health, we're going to call low health run. We're going to do a I can't do a do once here, unfortunately, because it's a function. But we will do like duplicate active. If it's true, we do nothing. If it's false, we go here and we set it to true. And then here, we just set this to false. All right. So if run at low health is active, we check for health percentage. If that's supposed to be .2, not 20. .2. If it is less than .2, we only continue if if it's not active. We tell the movement component to pick a spot somewhere in the compass directions, basically, to create a point to walk to, and it's like a little bit in an area, so it's a little bit randomized, and we try and move to that location. And this should be, I guess that is a call, so I don't know. And then if we ever gain health, we stop that run. So let's give that a shot. We also have to set which ones run and which ones don't. So let's go to the database enemies. All of the animals will run except the bosses. Boredom, brag, whatever. So all these guys, open them up. Go to the logic component. Run at low health. And then the bandits will also run at low health. Dragons will say don't. Elementals no. And goblins yes. Mercenaries yes. Orcs yes. And undead no. Make this a skeleton spawn. And let's make them both just level 5. Oh, let me change my class to something else. Just be the mage for now. Okay, he's running. Run. And I think what we'll do is, how can I do this without getting spammed? Because we need to make them run slightly slower. Yeah, I could apply a... I don't like the idea of doing a debuff, though. But it would kind of work. Because debuffs get cleared if you fully reset, so I wouldn't have to worry about... So like I could do on the stat component. Apply low health snare. It's not the worst of... I'm going to just do this as a basically a test to see how it feels later on, but we're going to do what? If I do that, and then action owner is actually self. Oh, action owner. These are all whatever. I guess let's make or local, which is low health. Promote that to a variable, or I don't even have to make it here. Do it local, low health snare stat change. Setup. These are all fine. Value is duration, negative, self unavoidable, subtract, move speed, a value of .5, duration of, we're just going to do 10 seconds. Let's go snare. I'm going to use this as a base. And then we'll change this to something else. Let's use something a bit more generic. Let's go with that guy. This way I don't have too many conflicts with like things getting removed and not removed and then they get frozen up. It's just a standard debuff. And then if the debuff system is working properly, then it should get removed properly. All right. It's a working. I guess we'll move it to a little bit bigger of a snare. That's the wrong one. and the UI is I'll call it injured. That's what I'll do. Injured. Beautiful. Slight tweak. We want this to happen first. It probably will make the tiniest difference, but we'll see if that makes a difference, because I don't want that burst of speed, and then he like snaps. I want it to happen first, so I might have to do a tiny delayed. And I'll basically be able to reuse this code for fear effects later on, when we actually have a character that can fear. Yeah, so it still does it. So I need a tiny on AI movement. We're going to set this up over here on the main graph. Low health movement delay. And we're literally doing a tiny delay of 1. I guess we'll just use an event timer. Of 1. I don't know if event timers are better than delays. Cool. So we're going the random directions there, so that's really good. Yeah. New feature. This will further make sure to be, this will add to player skill depth, making sure you are aware of your environment, while also let's do and I can even do just to have this as an option. You can go to the stat component. Or it's the stat component, not the movement component. Low health snare. What we're going to do here is set member, or we're going to get value break. We're going to get the value set member instruct set the value, and we will set this as this one's going to be an actual variable. So low, I'll say injured. I'm going to call it injured status. Injured status movement rate, movement speed. And then by default, it's going to be whatever this was, .8. Okay. What in the world? Oh. I think I screwed something up by doing this as that. So we compile, make sure there's no issues. Default of .8. And now we'll just test this real quick. This should still work the same. So it's default. Let's do a bunch of this. This should work exactly the same. It is. And then you should just stop there. And that's when we actually want to do in the movement component. I'm sidetracking on this, but what's it called? The AI controller, maybe. Move completed. So if this is successful, we get logic component. And we're going to disable run at low health. So if this is false, we can go up. If it is true, we just go back down there. This is logic. Reset. thought I had a purge thing here. Yeah. Okay, so let's go through this once. Let me close out that. Close out the interfaces. So it starts with the AI logic. So if run at low health is set to true, we go up, we see if we're under 20% health. If we are, we see if low health has disabled, which just means it's done it already. If it's false, we check if it's active, because we don't want to spam the activity on it. If it's active, we're going to apply the injured status. Which is on this stat component. Then we're going to start the AI movement component to run at low health. And we're saying it's active, which just prevents it from spamming. And this should actually, order of events, be right here. So it quite literally is only capable of happening once, even though it probably is the same thing the other way. But then, so now we're on the movement component, which is triggered here. We're choosing a random, this only gets run once. We choose a random location, like northeast, southwest, and then northeast, southwest, west, south, whatever, compass directions for a radius of a direction on the nav mesh to walk to. And then we do a slight delay, a 1 second delay, to make sure the debuff gets applied, the injured status. And then we tell our move to component to run to the low health location. That is the move to location here. And I'm going to test if this works, and if we are successful, we're going to disable run at low health. Now this might be the request. So let's see what happens here. The request isn't necessarily the completed component type thing. So it might just turn off automatically. Yeah, okay. So it didn't do what I wanted it to do. But it was attacking, which is good. So what we're going to do here is set, get another random variable here. Run at low health, location reached. Active. And then if we get a success, false, we just go here. If it is a success, we're going to get the logic component. And quite literally, here and set this back to off. So it only runs once. So we're running. We hit our destination, and now we're coming back to do our fight. And we fight normally. But if we hit again, it's not going to cause the whole thing. And now let's see if anything screws up when we reset. Should reset soon. Alright, so now we do the same thing. And now injured can be applied again. So it's resetting properly. I do like that it's injured for a little bit of time, but then starts to sprint. So it gives you a little bit of leeway to do what you want to do, and then he's back attacking. So it's resetting properly after reset. That's good. And I'll give a little bit extra time on the injured status. This is going to be a injured status. And then the final test, if I go to the wolf, go to the logic or movement component or stat component, injured. If we put this to like .25, he should basically be sprinting a little bit. Yep, and now he's running faster. So that also takes effect. So now I can control the runaway speed for individual enemies and not just one generic thing for all enemies. Okay. One quick thing I want to check, stat, and see what the issue is here. It might just be spawner. You turn on debugging. For the beam, I think of the beam, maybe it's the radius is way too big. Oh yeah, the radius is massive. Okay, that would explain why it keeps glitching out. Is it just the hitbox? I guess it's gotta be the hitbox. Ah, it's gotta be the hitbox. There we go. That's actually kind of perfect. Based on the beam itself. Okay. Okay. Let me also look at, go back to, okay. This one's sort of like, it's there, but it's not something that happens very often. This thing here. Oh yeah. I could disable that if I wanted to. The raid boss music isn't starting for some reason. I don't know what's going on there. TB 000. Does that do anything? No. TB 00 5000. close out of this. I don't need debug on anymore. Yeah, that's so weird. Why is this not working? I swear to God, I haven't touched this in who knows how long. Why do I have this on begin play? Was that something I was just testing? Did it get moved somehow? AI? Okay. Player. False. Hmm. I don't know why that would not work, but yeah, why isn't this working? Um, I don't know why this would be messing up. It's going to trigger for the dragon. I don't know if this would work, but I could do a player character. I would think it'd be the same thing, but who knows? We'll go to player. Do I have a local? No. There's some off chance. Maybe it's a like authority thing. Maybe that's like what it is. Yeah, this is doing the same thing. I don't know why it would be any different. How's that not even playing now? What? Okay, for some reason it's not. That's the problem. Why is this not running on the client? So if I do a print string here, this is only happening on the server. Okay. I'm wrong about that. This is wild. I guess I can do get controller. If I do equals here, do we hit a match? What in the world? Now it's not activating at all. So how do we get a print string after this, but we don't get this? You want to explain that to me? My God, make it make sense. So if I don't do any type of check here, I just do this. Does it do it? It's not even doing it. This is so weird. Okay. So it's working. But it's other code that's not working. Maybe. So weird how the okay. I don't know. This is so stupid. So it is getting this, it seems. But it's something else on the music. So I must have done something. If we clear both of these. Mm-hmm.
I'm really hungry, and I was wondering if we can make one of those homemade pizza things, and if not, is it possible if I can make it?
You can make it.
Yeah, is it just
Put cheese on it, and then there's a jar of sauce in the fridge.
okay?
Or sauce first, then cheese, and then there's a package of, you can put ham on it, you can put the olives on it, and then there's tomatoes, so you can make your own pizza there.
Okay.
It's $4.50 on the oven.
$4.50 for the oven.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure you take off the take out the pans. Are we hitting this somehow? Do I just like randomly have, oh my, do I have like music volume down or something? I bet you there's some stupid setting I did when I was doing a video here, and I can't think of that setting. Is it activate? Or do I just set these both to auto activate? They're not active. This is so weird. So if I put the song there, it works. If I put the song here, it works. Then it turned off. Is it just the file? Like, what in the world? Ugh. Ugh. This is such like a stupid thing that's not working. I literally must have been, I've done a few like raid boss recordings for just like a little skit or a short, and I must have done something to the music change audio somewhere, some stupid checkbox. And now, as a result, what? No, I'm good. I actually made myself one this morning. There's literally no other options. It's just a thing there. So from what I can tell on the actual music change thing, like there's no active or ignore. So it has to be something on the controller. I don't think I would need that, really, right? So I just... Top shelf of the door. The little packet of olives. So it says it's playing. This is wild. Hmm. Okay, let's just try a very simple play. About 15 minutes. Is it the audio volume? I wonder if it's that. You have a deal offer. What is the deal? Oh, I get you now. That one went over my head. Is UI sound? Okay, did we get something to work? Okay, I don't know what the hell I just did, but apparently it's working now. I don't know why these options had to be set, but okay. It's working now. No, I have two volumes. Basically, it's boss music. And so it's supposed to be a little bit, thematic of the boss, try to make it feel epic. But out here, like, let me see if I can. I don't know if it's showing. Can you hear the music? Probably not. Let me. That didn't work. For some reason, it's not turning on. Is that it? Yeah, it's not turning on for some reason. Oh, you do hear the song. Okay. Yeah, so that's what's supposed to happen. I have a music volume change volume over here. So when you're in here, it turns off. But then as soon as you enter the boss room, it turns on. But for some reason, that wasn't working. And broke, despite me, like, never changing anything about it. I probably did some stupid change. Because I did do some shorts and stuff. So I was probably just doing some little short videos and things. Made some stupid random change and didn't change it back. And so maybe it was the sound class override. That seemed to fix it there. I had auto activate off, so I turned that back on both. And it's like this is the player controller, so there's two audio components to allow music changes to fade in and out. So whatever the new sound comes in, we check which one's playing, and then we fade out the old one, and then fade in the new one, and so it allows the fade in and out. If you only have one audio component, you can't like mix the fading in and out of them. And then what was really goofing me over at my actual little volumes here, my music change things, I had some of these on like breakpoints, and they weren't triggering, and so that was throwing me through a loop. So I spent a whole bunch of time trying to figure out why they weren't triggering, and reading right, but they were triggering, and the breakpoint wasn't being initiated. So that was fun. That wasted a whole bunch of time. But basically, I'm just making sure that only if your character goes through the volume that the music will trigger, and not other people's characters. So I have to check, make sure you're locally controlled first, and then I don't know what the heck this was. That was a whole bunch of stupid code. But it seems like it's done. And then if you didn't want the music for whatever reason, we should be able to change it here. But yeah, this is my raid boss. I don't think I ever got to show you. I'll show you some of his videos. I'm probably going to get demolished here. Yeah. Yeah. I can quickly set my level up. Put my level to 30. Alright, so now you won't be able to hit me, really. I'll show you some of his abilities here. We've got standard fireball. Got some swipes. Big, like, fireball. Okay, so this is like intended to be like 20 to 30 people to do this, you know. So good old whelps. Now these whelps actually grow over time. See, they're pretty easy to kill. They only have 100 health. But they grow over time to deal more damage as they grow. And if you don't kill them in time, they actually will explode. You gotta do it while all this stuff is going on here. You can see they're growing. I'm gonna die to them. There's the big flame breath. But you'll see they start to explode here. So it's still like, you know, it's initial raid boss direction. Trying to create something cool. We had never had a raid to try it yet, so I just kind of left it as is. But they should all explode soon. There we go. Yeah, so that's the raid boss. Alright, put my character level back down. 10. Again, this is our so-called dungeon, but it's just a raid boss right now, because we've been focusing on our core game loop, and so this is kind of like, there's not much point in working on level 15 plus content if people are still like not getting to level 15. So I've been doubling down on making sure the level 1 to 15 experience is interesting. All right, back to patch notes, bug fix, raid boss music works again when you walk in and out of the cave. What else we got? This is a pretty easy thing on the character select widget. If I hit enter world or spectate, over here, then we're going to get enter world. And spectate. Um, that should be right, I think. Okay, that should be good. Let me go character select buttons enabled. Enter world. Yeah, we're disabling them. Going through little nitpicky stuff. Again, so if you didn't know, I'm doing a lot of polish right now. So I click enter world. We disable all the character select list buttons. And we're also going to disable the enter world and spectate buttons. If anything fails, we re-enable them. And yeah, that's good. It just prevents spamming connection requests that can cause, edge case problems. What is that? I don't know why that popped up. Must have misclicked. Misc. Now I also need to add that to my QA notes. Make sure clicking spectate or enter world re-enables if it fails. Try logging in when Emerald River servers are offline. Okay, back to playtest feedback. I did this, did that. This is like kind of, I don't really need to worry about right now. I did fix that already. This is whatever for now. Yeah, I fixed that. Try to swap to group chat. Let's see if I can replicate that. Alright, so if I hit enter, then try and change, I get frozen. So I can't do anything here. So what I need to make sure that happens is, it's like you can technically fix it by doing that.
Oh, dear father.
Yes.
I have something for you.
What do you have?
Happy Father's Day.
It's Father's Day today?
In 4 days, but I've been.
Okay, well, that's awesome. Little Shaco. Oh, it's squishy.
Yeah, he's a little deformed when you squish him, though. But you
I'll
can
keep him.
still
I'll keep him.
definitely shape.
I'll keep him nice and puffed.
Yeah, you have your kid now.
I love him.
Yeah.
My Shaco. My kid make me a little Shaco for Father's Day. If you didn't know, I'm a Shaco content creator for League of Legends. So, thank you, Ari. Alright, so I see the problem. If you have enter and you're trying to change your thing, you get locked out. So what I need to do is, if you click this, as soon as you click this, it clears. Maybe it stops that. Maybe. Let's try. on opening. Maybe I just do all of this. What the? Okay, so I can't do the focus to viewport. I don't think I want to do that. Okay. Hmm. How am I going to solve for this? The solution ruins the drop-down menu. So I can do this fine. Oh, here's what I can do. As at least a temporary solution. If we show input, we're just going to disable the drop-down menu. And then, all the way over here, we re-enable. Let's see if that works. Yeah, so now I can't click it. Perfect. All right, and then I don't think we need to do that part. If we click off focus, we don't need to clear our text. So we can do this and whatever. And so if I go group, start typing, then go say. Okay, it clears it because I do say stuff. Let's do this. Actually, what the? Okay, here's the chat type. Show chat. All right, I'll save this for another time. I think maybe. We show the input, so yeah, just because that's good enough for now. I'll be right back. I'm gonna be AFK for a few things to do some fatherly things for my kiddos. BRB. Alrighty. More bug hunting. I am the bug killer. Let's look at other stuff. So SGN, I fixed that. At least prevented it. Yeah, I fixed that already. Add tooltip widget. Oh. That I didn't do. Yeah, so that should be an easy fix. If I go to I should be able to just do this. That kind of lives up there. And so let me I have to turn on spectate. Which I can just do from the cloud. Alright, so I'm spectating now. Alright, so how is let's go to world map. Widget tooltip. So why is that not working? Let's go to the root over here. So copy. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. So for each action icon, we're just setting the tooltip. We're setting the action bar, which we shouldn't care about. We're setting the profile. Again, we don't care about. We're just setting the tooltip in a bunch of these things. So all that shouldn't matter. Maybe it's a boot up thing. Very strange. Hmm. Make sure it didn't screw up anywhere else. So if I turn, yeah, it's working fine here. which yeah, it's just under the main body. So it's supposed to be there. I don't know if that would make a difference, but it's so strange. Oh, let's look at set details. So set basic label, right? Alright, I'm not going to worry about this. I'll put a pin into that some other time. It's really not that important because spectate mode's like only for me, so whatever. But it's very strange that that doesn't cross over and work just out of the box. Put this in my to-do list. Oh yeah, this is like trying to avoid, potentially trying to avoid trees and stuff in the way of the spectator mode. This is whatever. I fixed that. Fix that. Fix that. I don't care about that right now. I did that. I did that. Did that. Did that. I made some improvements to this. I did that. Pretty sure I did all these. I fixed this. I believe I fixed this. I did that. I did this. Did this. I did those. I think I got most of the stuff there done. What else we got here? So in the sky, exposure is fine. I think that's, I'll wait and see. Um, is there still grass or other objects flickering with light issues? So I haven't seen it yet, so I'll put that into another poem. The loading problem I'm going to just ignore for now, I think. I don't know why AI resetting is out of loot. Oh, there was one bug with mesmerize. So let's get the enchanter up. Okay, so why is that not being purged? Is it a new purge problem? So if I go to database, players, let's go to stack component. Where the heck is the sleep? Wake up. I'm missing something. Okay, subtract is sleeping. Remove sleep. Oh. So it's just a name thing, I think. Oh, not those ones. The stat changes. Have to check every rank. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Now what happened there? Um, Something messed up there with the run code. I'll figure out after. Whatever. Um, Mesmerize is correctly broken when the target takes damage. I'll be BRB 1 second. And I'm back again. Okay, so that got fixed. And what else is on deck here? So this is kind of that's like, got extra features. I don't know if I should do add XP penalty yet. If you do lose XP, it's probably going to be like maybe after level 5. I don't know why I have loot AI resetting. This again is more down here. Oh, this is probably the biggest thing, the biggest feature at the moment, is having a way to save buffs to the cloud. I think I already have the crafting town stuff, right? Yeah. The lull spell is nice, but I don't really have extra spell. So let's do that, because buffs are important and it can be a little bit what's the word? Not distracting, but the fact that your buffs get lost when you log out can impact if you decide to use them or not. So the main issue, because this is a little bit of a rework, is when the buff gets put on you, let's go to timers. So I guess I could put it on. I guess I do have everything available to me here. If we break this, break that. So we do in fact have everything available to us. The thing we need though is the data table. And so this becomes the issue, which goes all the way back to actually the action spawner. Let's close out everything there. Stat. Utilize stat change. So what we need to do is in this stat change, we need to add a reference to the actual data table. So we'll do that, and that should be a pretty easy update, I think. So we're going to go to, is there a system? Where do I want to put this? I guess I'll make a another struct in case I need to do this for the future. Struct statistic change system. And this is going to be a data table. I'm going to take editable off. And then in the main struct, we will add so now we go all the way back to actions. And when we go to, yeah, this is right. Why are these all up again? So right before this goes out the door, break. So member instruct. The very data table we used is going to be sent there. And then we'll go to levels. All right, so now let's just do a test. I'm going to break this, break that. And we will print. And let's just get a few like potion, power, loot, MMO. Alright, so we are looking for, did I do a print? I did a print, right? Yeah. When I hit power potion, what the heck? Oh, that's the thing clicking off, but why is it printing? Oh, I did the wrong thing. Perfect. So that's there. Now there's 2. Now there's 3. Okay. So that's the start. So all I really need to do is on the stat component here, we're going to create a new graph for like cloud or persistent saving. And we will start a RT persistent save buffs. And so we're going to get temp fx positive. And for each loop, oh yeah, then we also need a persistent fx save, and then another one for persistent fx load. So we'll start with saving. So all we have to do is go through all of these now. Break, break, and break. Break. And so, how many, let's see here, fit, yeah. Wonder if I can use the asset registry to find this. I know I have this in one of my blueprints. For one of my custom tools. I'm trying to limit how much data I save to the cloud with this. The first integration of this is going to be a little bit sloppy, but I just want to get it working. And then I can, here we go. That's the blueprints. Why am I searching for blueprints? Okay, this is correct. Okay, let's start with this. Okay, persistent saving. I need some sort of button to call this. I'm just going to do a delay on startup. Alright, so we're looking through our stuff, the current effects we have on ourselves. Okay, so I need to do actually a looping. Let's loop it every 6 seconds. And then for each one, we're going to look in the asset registry for a matching thing. And let's see if we can get that. And so let's start with mana regen. Okay, there it is. So we have a matching thing. Okay, so we found the so-called, and just so I make sure, this is the, yeah, it is, because it's finding it. So getting the object name, all we have to do now is, so once again, this is only on server. Playfab set character. Update character internal data only is what we want. And we're basically getting, okay, this is going to happen after we finish everything. Down here. I'm going to go grab inventory maybe. Playfab fail. Get owner. I believe it's get or cast to controller or get controller. Cast to pawn or character. Get controller. Get playfab info. Character ID, playfab ID. And the keys to remove is not. Now I need to make the JSON struct. It's all over here, which is basically this. This is working, so now we're going to make a variable with a string, persistent saving effects update. And we'll just make this a array. And we add. I will do add unique just to be safe. So we add to that, and then we're going to do construct JSON, promote that to a variable. Set string field. I'm going to get this. Join with a comma. Data. We get print here. Persistent effects have been saved. All right. It should probably come up. Persistent effects have been saved. Oh, something didn't work. And also, why did it do this several times? Oh, because one, get owner, get character type. This shouldn't happen typically, but it is a good safety measure. Only go through for players and never AI. And if I refresh my character, persistent effects were updated. And so now we can do this again. This time I won't get distracted by the AI is trying to update. Have been saved. I'll try one. Just man regen. Refresh. And it's working. Stat change clarity. And then we can do a power potion. And it's showing properly. Now there's a space at the end. Why did it do that? Is it always doing the space? Okay, maybe I did. Maybe I typed the space. All right, now that I have it in the cloud, I can just disable this for now. going to do the exact same thing here. Almost. This time we need to get character data internal. Same thing over here. I need this. And over here, gameDEVbeauty keys are persistent effects. Is it join string array? Add unique. Whatever. It shouldn't make a difference. Alright, so we're getting persistent effects now. And we're going to get string field, get string field. And we're going to parse into an array with a whatever it's called. And I don't need this here this time. This does come back over here. This becomes our for each. All right, let me look at this again. Remember how to load the asset. I think it's this one. So we won't do we'll just not do a for each. We'll just get the first one for now. Cast to data table. And let's print and see if we come up with that. So all we're doing right now, it's coming through. Only the server does it. On the players, we're trying to download the persistent effects listed in the cloud, and we're trying to find and load the object data table. So if it prints, we know it's working. And it's not working. Oh, get might be get object field. String field. Or not. I mean, I think it worked. Okay, so it's downloading it correctly. So I might have to clear the remove string. Actually, I shouldn't even be doing that. So this part should be here. And then down here, we're removing any spaces. So let's real quick, let's switch this back here. And oh. Okay, so refresh my cloud. They're all gone. I do mana regen. I do my mushroom and my other mushroom. Are these applying the right thing? Oh. Weird. Okay, that works though. And then I could technically, to have even smaller aspect of stuff, we can remove stat change underscore. So we're not putting that in the cloud either. And let's just look at this. Yeah, so now it's just clarity, haste, roasted mushrooms. And then we bring it back when we're searching here. We're going to append this here, and we do stat change here. So now we come through and let's just, breakpoint here, maybe. And we hit it. And so we got, oh wait. Oh yeah, no, that's right. So if we remove this, and we remove that, so we do get that. Okay, something's not, that's probably, let's go back to Where the heck this thing? This thing? No. Oh, I think it's package path plus name. I think that's what it is. So whatever we do. So asset name and object path. That's not what I wanted. This guy. Okay. Okay, not the right one. That's the stat changes, load action. So it's just the object path. Is package path. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, we're listing all those. We have the object path, whatever. All right, that seems correct. Okay. Clarity. So we're getting the object path. Asset name is only used for that. So I guess the first thing is this coming back? Is the soft reference coming back valid? Which I'm pretty sure it's not. Wait, it is? Okay. Here's this. So that's definitely not it. Let's try append. That's pretty close. Um, doesn't need this weird dot thing on it. There we go. And now we have get table, table, row. Mana regen. So now we can do init stat change. Action owner, we'll just do self. Get owner. Action name is, I guess, irrelevant right now. Yeah, so I might have to do stack group ID stuff. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. Had to be Mr. Chef. And cook some things. Let's give this a try. This might be it right here. There it is. We now have our buff. Let's give it a chance. Give it again. Go over here. Primary regen is 2. And now it's 4. How awesome is that? So let's go for the... So we have everything we need. Inventory, don't need. And it's actually kind of cool because this is going to actually improve my inventory loading as well. The one thing I have to see is Unreal Engine Asset Registry fast. Okay, it seems it's very fast. Okay. Hello all. So I am basically have everything I need to implement, well, I've basically implemented it. Now it's time to polish it. Saving and loading of buffs. Alright, I need to go to the component for, give me 1 second. Alright. Let's get back to it. So I need to get the component here, and then the stat group ID. Let's use the same formula. Alright, I could just save the stat group ID. That's what I need to do. So this goes back to saving. Over here. And we're going to save so we will append So we do all these things. At the very end, we will append things by a period. Stat mod group ID. And the action name. Action name, I think I don't actually need. Or it might actually come into play for purges and such. So that might, I don't know. I'll keep it for now. So now let's go back and switch this to save. And so now there's nothing on me, so we didn't save anything. We'll do mana regen. And so we have clarity, the ID, and the name. Now we go back to load. And when we get this back, we're parsing that into array. And then we're parsing this one into an array with dot. And this is the first one. And then this is one, which is the stat group ID. And finally, the action name. Alright, so we're going to try this. Here, we're going to wait like 12 seconds to save. I guess it doesn't actually make sense to do that way, because the buff will already be on me. Alright, so I've saved it already. And so now we can just test the load. And this is what we're doing. So it should cast clarity. And that's the stat group ID. Yeah, we'll just get this and messed up there. Oh, I forgot I made it longer. So I think it did work. Excuse me. I'm alright. I'm alive. Alright, so why didn't 0, 1, 2 ah, okay, I need a different separator than dot. This separator will be what? Oh, wrong place. Okay. I guess it doesn't really matter. Stark, what if you played Fears to Fathom? It would be so great. Yeah, I don't have much time for games right now. I basically play League, and that's only because I'm it's like a second job. I'm trying to grow my channel. So most of my time is spent watching other people play games. I guess I could do slash. I don't know. Dash. I'll just do this for now. I'm kind of on that point in life where I just always have to be working on something. Alright, persistent effects are empty. Cast this. Saved. Okay. Go back to 6 seconds. Takes so long. There we go. Yep, that came through proper. So all that got set properly. I'm pretty positive I don't need ground cast location. Because that's only for like knockback effects and stuff, which aren't going to be relevant. Alright, now we need to work on the duration as well. So this is where we get into this stuff. You just subscribed to GTA Plus. You don't have money now. Became broke, yeah. So we're going to get start timestamp. So we do this one, I think, minus this one. Go back to saving. Am I taking the channel seriously? Yeah. I mean, I have like the alerts when I get follows and stuff. There's certain limits I have to do, right? Like I have to build a game. There's limits to my time on doing certain things. So let's try this. Persistent saving. So now we do another one of these. And then let's print that. Yeah, I have alerts. Like alerts for getting follows and all that stuff. I have all those. I use Streamlabs or whatever it is. So it's been 8 seconds. All right, so this is the amount of seconds that have passed. Again, I'm not going to add stuff right now. I can check into it a little bit later, but not right now. All right. Okay, so this is that, and then I'm trying to think. Okay, so we've saved. If I go, let me go to the data here. What the? Oh. Wait, what? Again, I'll look into it, dude. That's the best I can tell you right now. Oh, so this needs to be cleared before we come through. This needs to be cleared. That won't be an issue in the future, because this is only going to trigger before your character is destroyed. But, you know. Okay. So it's tracking. This lets me track how much time has elapsed from the buff. Or actually, I don't even have to do that. I just need to do the start time. Actually, no, because that start time could be different based on the server. So elapsed time is what I want for sure. Okay. Back to load. So now what we do here, we're going to have to break this, or actually make this persistent saving effects temp. And then we take this. And we're going to break. And go hide all this value. Or this one's set member. And we're going to get the duration, which we will get from this. Minus that. All right, switch to load. And now I'm going to set it's 1800 seconds. I'm going to set it in the cloud to be 900 seconds to delete. So when I start this up, it should be a 900 second buff. There it is. Duration, lined up, and matched. Okay, so I think I'm pretty much done. That was so easy. So now it's going to be, so I have the full saving. Everything I need to do when saving is proper. The only thing I need to do now is we're not going to use this here anymore. We're going to do it we're going to put this over here. Once everything's finalized, all the way down here, we're going to load our buffs. The server, yeah, only on the player. These are all regen things. And load the buffs. Load buffs from the cloud. All right. And then back on our character, is it here that I have it? So before we destroy the character, we're going to get the stack component and save. All right, so once again, log in. Stack component gets all set up. Buffs come in. Get some more power potions. And so now I can hit power potion and roasted mushrooms. Now we're going to sit here for a whole whopping minute or two. Oh, actually, I don't have it set up to do multiple yet. It's only the first one. But if I hit X, Yeah? No, I'm good. Okay, it might have not worked um, because of. Let me try this. Also, yeah, the for each should work. That's fine. But I think it's because it closes the server too. So there's that. Let's just pop a power potion. And then if I do disconnect, yeah, it worked. Okay, power's there. Okay, something's messing up. That's not right. Okay. Let me go back to. Let's turn that one off for a sec. Let me just make sure. I tested it with one buff saving, but that something's going wrong with when two are saving. The watch streak just means that you've attended for 16 streams in a row. So thank you for that. All right, so buff myself. My effects are currently cleared. Oh, did I click looping? I did. Good. All right, that worked. So now I do haste. Okay, haste worked. Power potion. Okay. Oh, right. So I had issues because I have two of the same character up. So it's working. That's working. And then if I go to load, still is only going to do one right now because I don't have it set to go through them all. Yeah, there's the one. And it correctly started at the right time. All right, so now we need to basically do an index 0 loop. So we have it all signed up here. This is going to be persistent. Saving effects. Loop index. I already have my games I'm making, man. And horror is like something I am not passionate about at all. I hate horror games. It's going to be JSON, persistent, saving, effect, load. Hello, Clue. How you doing? I have almost completed persistency on buffs. Yeah, it's gonna be a nice change. Because previously, like I had a lot of consumables. Oh, one I do need to mark this real quick. Check on stamina, food. It's canceling or regen. After. All right. Alright, so I need to do this loop. So we get all the way down here. And then we're going to increment this. Or sometimes I hate using increment. Sometimes it feels like it doesn't work properly. So this +1, we need to check to see is last index is greater than the last index. And if it's true, we do nothing. And we, just for sake of doing it, we'll set this back to 0. I don't think we'll need that because this should only run ever once, and never again. Basically should almost have a do once on it, but just to be safe. If not, we will increase it by 1, and then we will start over. Persistent fx loop, and we come all the way back down here, and we just do this. You use PlayFab for data, game servers, or both? I do both. Alright, so let's see if this works. So I'm literally like, as I was been building this, I'm like, what type of database do I need? You know, can I do it with, you know, boom, there's all my buffs. You know, am I going to have to get some sort of, you know, third-party software thing, or like, you know, whatever? Am I going to have to pay for it? And then PlayFabs had these, I've used them for ages. They're key value pairs for like title data. I can show you this right here, but they have character data too. And it's just key value pairs. Like, it's probably a database somewhere on the back end, right? A like, you know, no MSQL or, you know, whatever. Just key value pairs, which obviously are standard throughout the industry. And so, like you can see, here's all of my buff info that references in-game files, and it just loads it. It shows how much time's passed, and it pulls that, modifies what it needs to modify, and gives me my buffs. And so, and then all those other ones were like inventory slots and what loot's on them, how many stacks they are. And I don't know if I'm going to have to replace that at one point. Maybe I will. But I'm going to use that as long as I can. And hopefully it just works out. From the posts and stuff I found online, it says that's the intended usage of it. So, it's fast. And it's been working wonders. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's kind of been my whole mentality of. So now I log out. I hit play. Bada boom. Well, the bill right now is free for testing. You can do the multiplayer with the custom way, yeah. Yeah. My big spiel about building this indie MMO is to stay as far away from building our own tech as possible. Like we've already spent that time on Vertical Third, technically, but even that wasn't like any type of cutting edge tech or anything. It's gameplay systems and all this stuff. Okay, so persistent effects, save. So I could do, this guy is going to be, I don't know if I want to really, I don't think I even have any type of negative effects to even care about. I could do like a logout, like a delayed logout as another, 30-second delayed logout. I suppose I should implement it anyways. Just so it's done. But like attract debuffs and dots and stuff. Something I could do as well. But it's not entirely necessary. Like there's barely any dots for players against players in the game right now. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Like that's just my big spiel about right now. Is Unreal's my game engine, Epic Game Store is my patcher launcher, storefront, PlayFab's my dedicated servers, and database, and then that's like the bread and butter there. Then I have Vertical Third for my game architecture, and that's my perspective. If I can continue to build this game with all that, I'm gonna be solid. And the lack of people I have to hire, like I don't have to maintain any of those, right? I don't have to maintain a single thing of those. The worst case scenario is if PlayFab does some sort of weird update at some point. There's like there's like a weird like sort of risk right now where maybe PlayFab gets shut down because of what Microsoft's doing with stuff. But as a service that supposedly all their games use and Minecraft use, it's pretty reliable. It's going to stick around. And it's probably a relatively, I'm pretty sure it's a pretty small team that manages and maintains the PlayFab stuff. I could be wrong, though. And there's lots of potential business growth in that sector to compete against Amazon, so I don't think they're going to do away with it anytime soon. Alright, so can I do anything here that can consolidate all of this into a, can I just wrap this whole thing into a function? I think I can. Oh shit. Nice. Function. Okay. Now, creation, we'll say buffs or positive. Duplicate. Negative. Yeah, I don't know if you were I talking was it you I was talking to earlier about the craziness of no, it's spell I think. Um, Epic laid some weird bombs today. From the state of Unreal. It's kind of like they're basically trying to. They like very slyly stated, "Oh, we're going to remove blueprints and eventually deprecate them in Unreal 6." And it's just like, what? You're really going that far with this verse shit? Um, yeah, I know. I don't understand how like their massive feedback from verse so far has been kind of bad, right? Um, from people, from new engineers just learning, and from experienced engineers. I think like the whole thing is like, yeah, you can eventually learn to do stuff with it, but it's kind of bad. Um, and so it's very strange. They're like, nope, it's something built limited to allow players to do stuff in games. I know. And so, um, kind of disappointed to hear that. So 5.8 or potentially 5.9, should they go there. They said they might do a 5.9. Might be the last version I ever upgrade for most of my projects. I'm super excited that 5.8. I need to wait a few months before I actually switch over to it, but just so I like to switch when the dot versions, the secondary versions end, so I get the latest version or the final version. But Iris is production ready in 5.8, so that's going to be something I try. Kind of annoyed that mass stuff hasn't been production ready yet. But like this is I did a actual tweet on this. Like this makes no sense. This is like the most weirdest thing I've ever seen. They highlighted Clair Obscura Expedition 33 won over 500 rewards, the most a game has ever won, while also announcing they will deprecate the core code language that built it, Blueprints. And that game, literally from this talk, they talk about how it's 95% of core gameplay logic is Blueprints. It's crazy. Like, how can you make that call, you know? Like, sure, do all your other stuff that you want to do, but like, why would you remove that? Okay. And graph. Nope. Persisting. All right. So now we have the positive. I need to clear this as well. Not that I normally don't have to clear this, but just because of testing, it's kind of screwing up without clearing it. But yeah, I don't know. I was annoyed. I watched it this morning. What's the first thing I did when I got up was watch that, and it's like, ugh, really? It's like one of the major times I've kind of been. I'm usually hyped for State of Unreals, and even if it's like not features I use, like I'm not building high def games, right? I'm friggin' doing low poly shit, but I want to do elevated low poly. But one of the ways I do want to elevate through low poly is obviously lighting. So I'm hoping all the mega lights to tap into those, and like all lumen and stuff will likely be on, whereas everything else will be like really optimized and performant. Um, yeah, I know I'll eventually have some sort of mobile version of Ruins of Tearyn. What that is, I don't know, or what that would even look like. Because it's technically a game that you should, because again, we have slow-paced combat, so it should be a game you can actually play it, pretty decently on a phone or a tablet or a console, but that all comes down to testing and stuff. Whether or not I want to support it is a big issue. Okay, so I'm saving both the positive and negative effects. They got their own little thingamajigger. I could technically even simplify this. I don't need two functions. I just need a bool. Oops. Yeah, let's take that out. Let's delete this one. Do positive. It's true. False. If it's true, we add it to here. If it's false, we add it to here. Okay. Less potential problems. If I were to edit this, I do it for both, not just one. And doing the stuff there. Just updating the JSON object. Got all that. Now we'll go back to the loading. Has to change up a little bit. Keys, persistent effects, positive, and negative. And now I can reuse this as well. Okay. All the way up through there, sure. If this equals negative, and we do this again, and then we do this again. Okay, so if we hit the max, we're checking if we're doing positive buffs. If we are, we set it to negative, we reset the index to 0, and we return to loop. And then if it's not, and we hit the max, we just reset there. I think that's going to work. Now I need something to do potions. I'll do like a burn test potion. Okay, no, it's potion, burn test, action is this guy, and this guy does this. Okay, and I don't need a recipe, clearly. Save all. And we need the potion. Alright, what am I doing right now on the event graph? I am only loading. So persistent effects, positive. Effects, negative. And then we take that to positive. We trash that, save. So we're just doing the load at the moment. Which should get all these again. There's that. Okay, something screwed up. Ah, there we go. Power damage, I don't know if that showed up or not. Oh, duh. All right. That won't work yet, I think. Right? Is that what's causing issues? Okay. So this one comes through Oh, okay, so the first thing we need to do is valid. Does that fix this problem? So we change it to negative. We set it back to 0. We go here. Let's just randomly check. Save persistent. I don't need that yet. Action, don't need. Alright, I'm going to disable the load for a second. And then make sure I can save the so if I do this, okay, I don't know. Alright. So there's the weird health potion, the fake value. Which is showing as nothing. Positive, negative. Negative. Oh, am I not looping? I'm not looping. That's fine. Okay, that came through. That's saved properly. Now we go over to event. We're going to skip through. Load. And so if this is false, we do need to skip over and go here, I think. Why did that just disconnect? That makes no sense. Okay. The negative one came through. So now let's try and save both. Negative just got cleared somehow. Alright, I think it's a... Um. Alright, forget the load for a second. Gonna put all these on. This should be saving. I'm going to save the burn, which I have. Refresh the cloud. This is that information. Now we're going to do the load. And skip the save. Alright, they both came out. And now nothing's being erased. Now I close out of that. Now I'm going to make sure if I only have positive buffs, that they come through with no errors. I close out, no errors. Now the opposite. If I only have burn, does it come through? And it does. Okay, now this potion is supposed to be a tick. Let's see if that's just working. Oh, I think I forgot to set the tick rate maybe. Tick rate we'll do like every 1 second. Oh, health current, not regen. It's minus subtracting away. Okay. I think buffs and debuffs are good. So now it's just a matter of testing when someone logs out. So now we go back to the player character master. I'm just going to do a delay there. Do a little comment. Save buffs, debuffs to the cloud before this character is destroyed. Alright, now I think I need to do a build to test this properly. Doink. This is a nice update. Holy moly. God, so much polish. And it's like just the middle of the month too. I do have one more class design to do, which is going to eat up at least 5 days. But big update. Poland update. Hello, Sneaker. It's been a while. What does Poland update mean? I don't get that reference. The size of Poland? Because there's a lot of Polish? I still don't get it. Oh, Polish. I'm such a dumbass. Polish people are... I get you now. 5,000 years later. Oh, man. Some things just go over my head. Okay, that's that. And then we'll do client. Blueprints only. I only tap into C++ when it's like a real block. And so I've had one of those so far, which is when the character, and it's literally something I'm working with at the moment, but by default out of Unreal, if someone disconnects from a server, the character is immediately destroyed. And I have a very like 4-line C++ class or something that disables that functionality. So I can control when I can basically say, okay, they disconnected. Let's save everything on the character to the cloud that we need to, and then destroy the character. In the future, it'll be like, hey, this person joined. Do they still have an active character? If they do, possess the active character instead of creating a new one. You would think so. I tried a whole bunch of ways. I found a forum post that said that you can't do it without a custom code. And so I just did that and it worked. It's literally the smallest thing ever. So it was like once I found the right code and extra C++ class, it was done in 5 minutes and I moved on. But I tried a bunch of different ways. All right, let's close this out. So we can. Oh shoot! I shouldn't have closed that out. Oh well. Um, all right, here we are. And I think I was supposed to get a buff or something. I was definitely supposed to get something here. Let's see if this, the first test, if I quit here. I have buffs, I quit. Now I'm checking the cloud. And it didn't work. That's not what I want. Try getting guess. See if it was a fluke. I do have load on, right? I have the load on. Weird. So let's go here. Let's maybe I guess add a breakpoint there. Do 2 accounts. So it's loading within the engine, but not loading within the client. Oh, it could just be a stupid PlayFab issue. It's probably I'm probably just logged into PlayFab. That's what it is. All right, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the reason. Okay, yeah, I think it's all working. Yeah, it's just a PlayFab login issue. I want to consider that done, and I'll do whenever I do my proper QA. Test buff and debuff persistency. Test with both negative and positive. Test with only negative. Test with only positive. Test with multiple positive, negative. Need 2 potions. All right. I'll be BRB. Gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be a minute. 1 second. All right, well, I think it's time for me to get food. It's been 8 hours almost now. Um, I've done a lot so I'm really happy with a lot of how the things come out. Um, I'm definitely happy with my big polish run this time around. We're also getting like little tiny features here and there. Um, I think I'm going to take a break, get some food, um, probably play a few games of League. But for those watching, if you don't know, I'm building an Indie MMO. It's EverQuest and WoW combined, like as if they had a baby, with modernized quality of life features. And so that kind of includes like being able to see at nighttime, world map, monster's leash, so you don't have to zone out. Um, a lot of these type of things. And so, um, if you're into that, we have a YouTube that has tons of information on everything about our game. That goes into detail. And if you'd like to play, we're playtesting at the end of the month, every month. And this month is between June 26th and June 30th is when you'll be able to playtest. You'll be able to playtest every single class we have. We have a good design pass on every class. Last one I have to do this month is the Archer. But Rogue, Enchanter, Cleric, Warrior, and Mage all have a good design pass done. And you'll be able to give us a test out. We're always trying to stress test our servers and update our trailers. We can't update our trailers until we have a huge, big amount of people on screen. So, we'd love for you guys to join us. If you have any questions, join our Discord. Appreciate subs, likes, comments, all that shenanigans, wish lists on Epic Game Store. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll probably be back in a couple hours. Bye-bye.